Here we are. I almost forgot to record, but not quite. Fully intend this to be the last Legacy of Goku stream. The last Legacy of Goku 2 stream. Boo's Fury is Legacy of Goku. Just, they didn't name it that, and couldn't tell you why. Just a foolish decision, even though it's at least as good as this one. Probably a little better since no eggs. Right area? This isn't where I meant to go. This isn't the grinding area. Ugh. Bastard. Hang on a sec. I don't know why it resizes specifically this game. Starting to get me really... Ugh. What's supposed to be happening is the point. Where was it then? Actually, was it... Southwest City? It wasn't near Triceratops Jungle, was it? I actually just don't remember. It wasn't even... It was 2 days ago, and I don't... It's just gone. And that's me. Just... It could have been yesterday. I think it would be just as gone. No. No, this isn't it. Ow. It's not near Gingertown. That wouldn't make sense. Not the Northern Wastes. Not the Cell Game Arena for sure. Wouldn't be at the Northern Mountains, I don't think. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Dog's going crazy, you know. Sworn it was in East District. Trying to go backwards is not something you should do with this. Is it the Southern Continent? South of the Southern Continent? Not a Minbo Island, is it? No, there's literally nothing here. No way it's at Southern Continent. Maybe it is at the northern area. Northish area. Okay, yeah, here it is. Northern Mountains. Pigs have more health than expected. More than pigs. I don't think that's normal. Hello, pig room. Good memories grinding in here. Are they good? Probably. We just have regular key blast reps. How's it going? Hi, Cowan. We're about to start, remember playing this as a kid? A lot of people do. A lot of people think they remember playing the first one as a kid, but they remember a very different experience than what it was. Honestly, I've beaten the game already. This stream is to grind for all the levels to get all the characters, their statues. Once I have all the statues, then I can get something real cool. Triceratopses are the best thing to grind against. Ow. Power falling behind. Maybe these things are just weaker to punches. I didn't think there were unique defense stats for the two different types. T-Rex takes too long. He gives a lot, but it's probably faster to just kill pterodactyls and triceratopses. Triceratopses. Triceratopsi. Road, so back up the road we go. $40. 10 more to max. This is gonna take a minute. I knew that starting this, but still. This is only the first character, too. Alright, back down. save point to the left. Probably faster to be going up and down like this. I don't know that the pterodactyls are as worth it as the triceratops is, actually. Still good, but there's only 2 of them in here. It is faster to just reset that one area. Maybe to reset to the bottom. We'll see. This doesn't have to be fully optimized, but it's gotta be. Sucks that there's no equipment that can speed up grinding in this game, because there's no equipment in this one. Boo's Fury lets you do that. Why, it's such a shame it sold really poorly, because no one knew it was Legacy of Goku again. Never even heard of it. Not surprising. But it's basically the same game, but with a few tweaks, and it covers the Boo arc. Tweaks being, there's now equipable items, and more than just Senzu for your healing items. But they didn't call it Legacy of Goku, so it sold terribly. Just a marketing failure. And that was the last, I want to say, Dragon Ball game that Webfoot got to make. After that, they had maybe one more, like, licensed game that had kind of a big name put to it, and that was a few years back. It was the 3DS Legend of Korra game. I tried to play it. It's not really a fit for my stream format, I don't think. I played it a little in my own time, I should say. It's absolutely nothing like this game, or you think. It is almost Fire Emblem-esque, in that it's got it's a strategy RPG of sorts. It's got that grid-based system, and you take turns, and there's sort of an elemental rock, paper, scissors. It's very, very light on plot stuff, or even nostalgia for me. And I need at least one of those to really get invested in a game enough to stream it. Dragon Ball at least has a stranglehold on my nostalgia, so even the ones that aren't as story-driven, this game is fairly story-driven. It's got the cutscenes, it follows the narrative. But even the ones that are less so, I can get around it just by talking about Dragon Ball. Legend of Korra, I was planning to rewatch Legend of Korra at some point, but I couldn't get around to even doing it. I think I watched the first season when it aired, and I tried to watch the other seasons. I caught pieces, but nah. a lot of people didn't, and part of the problem was just that it was promised as a sequel to Avatar, which it unquestionably was, but it never... Even if you like Korra, I think you can agree it's not as good as Avatar, and that's always going to hold it back. I don't necessarily mean to disparage it for that. Few things are that good. I don't even think most of Dragon Ball is that good. Yeah, it was also... The very different story format was never gonna win them favors with the older, like, their grown-up audience. I totally get wanting to do something different. But... There's a point of changing things for the sake of being different and just wanting different things to happen, because you already told that old story. You don't want to just do it again, but with a fresh coat of paint. You want to tell a new type of story that has something else to say about the world. And a big thing about Korra is the things it has to say are not as tried and true as what Avatar has to say. Avatar focuses a lot on the horrors of war and forcing children to deal with it, while Korra kind of has the opposite message in some ways. Of a person who was born ostensibly for war in a world where there isn't a war. And I think that's something interesting to explore, but it's... Yeah. First of all, I don't think it's handled as well as it could have been. I think there's a lot of missteps. There's the infamous plot tumor of Korra for the first... It's there for the first season, it gets worse for the second season, it gets better in the third, and it's not there at all in the fourth. It's only a little there in the third season, so it's not such a big deal. In the final season, it's just gone. They excised it. Partially a result of a last-minute change. But after that, they really just didn't have excuses for... a lot of it. A lot of people will say that they like at least one of the antagonists. Or antagonist groups, at least. You either like the guy from the first one, who... But you like him until the reveal, where he's suddenly not half as interesting as he was. Because in the first season, there's Amon, and he's leading the Equalist group who want to just make it so there's no more benders. And his philosophy, in some ways, has merits. But then... when it turns out he's not who he says he is not an energy bender gifted by the spirits. He's just a bloodbender who's exceptional and can do it whenever he wants to, which... The idea of an antagonist who's a bloodbender who can just bloodbend whenever they want, that's cool. I like that in concept. That is great for an antagonist, just... probably not going to be as... creepy as Hama was, but way bigger of a threat. And I think that could have worked. But the main focus of him is on him taking away people's bending. And if it were just literally he's an energy bender and he's just that, and that maybe he's right. Maybe there is some ambiguity to what he's doing. Make you actually question his motives. Or maybe make it so you don't question his motives at all. You know exactly what he wants, but you have to question if he's right or not. I think that could have made for a very compelling antagonist. But while he does seem to at least partially believe in what he's doing, he's less interesting when he doesn't have that sort of mystical unknown power backing him. Five. Good. Season 2, most people agree that the primary antagonist just isn't good. I think his name is Unalak. He's Korra's uncle, but that's basically pointless. Like, they do very little with it. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Equalists were very interesting, and you have to wonder, well, maybe they do have a point. There are people who are just born with magic, and they can do it with impunity. Overall, I think the bender-non-bender thing is honestly handled better in the Avatar comics that are trying to build up the conflict that eventually led to Amon appearing. And even then, I think those get a little tiring with how often they retread the same idea. I don't like all of the Avatar comics, but I've read them. At least all the ones that have been released. Season 2... arguably the best episodes are in Season 2. And those are the ones that focus on the first Avatar, Wan. And he's actually a really good character. And his story is a very interesting one, and it's fun. Wan is unfortunately mired by the fact that the lore he introduces, in some ways, is good. I don't hate the idea of expanding what the lion turtles are, and that they're actually the source of humans being benders. Necessarily. I don't hate that on paper. I'm less a fan of explaining where the Avatar comes from. That's one of those things in a story where it doesn't matter what your answer is. Once you give the answer, it's not as good as what the mystery of what the answer could have been is. There's questions you just shouldn't answer because it's better if it's not. And the origin of the Avatar, the idea of there being a first Avatar, that's cool. That's something to really look at. But the answer they came up with didn't work, and I don't think there would have been an answer that would work. Season 3, which... Gonna hear some... There's some division on Season 3. I hear a lot of people say Season 1 as great antagonist most of the way. Still mired by the beginnings of that plot tumor. Season 2 is almost universally agreed to be the worst one. Though even then you'll see some disagreement on that. Because the lore it offers is just less interesting, like I said. The antagonist for most of it isn't very interesting. He's just evil for the sake of it. Which can work for an antagonist. I mean, Fire Lord Ozai wasn't a particularly deep or compelling antagonist, but he didn't need to be. What was far more compelling was that he was just another in a long line. And they'd already put in the hard work to start fixing things after he was gone. They just had to get rid of him. That was the threat he posed. He was an entirely physical threat, and there's nothing wrong with your antagonist being that. Because they had a lot of other antagonists who were threats in different ways, or had ideologies that were counter to the heroes in different ways. that Ozai didn't need to be much more. You had Azula and Zuko to do a lot of the heavy lifting on that. Ozai could just be the big, bad guy who, he's the source of it, he's conniving to an extent, and he's very powerful. But you don't really feel bad for him. Season 3 had, as I was saying, the antagonists of that people actually look on very fondly. I see a lot of fan art of them. The Red Lotus. Zuko was always a great antagonist when he was an antagonist, which was most of the story. Well, I suppose he was an antagonist for all of Season 1, but he was rarely directly opposed to the heroes in Season 2. And in Season 3, he's an antagonist for maybe a quarter of it when he hires someone to kill them. But the rest of the time, he's either neutral or he's done his face turn and he's good now. They're just prepped for Gohan to come toward them. See, a lot of people like the Season 4 antagonist, and they like her enough to give her a chance in the comics, at least, where they try to flesh out her, like, how correct she was that leadership was needed immediately to prevent things from collapsing. And she just got overzealous with it. The Earth Kingdom was not in a good spot. And the comics at least try to show that, at least initially, it might have been a good idea for her to do that. But the longer it went on, the less sort of ground she had to stand on for that. And I don't hate the idea of her having ultimately mostly been talked down from being an antagonist. Because it's sort of meant to show Korra's growth as a character, that she isn't the sledgehammer that has to break things. The sledgehammer to bend all the problems back into shape to make it good again. A role that Aang was forced into when he fought Ozai, but that Korra always wanted, but honestly couldn't partake in because, well, the world didn't need that most of the time. Aang made it so that violence wasn't the primary option anymore. But violence was the option Korra was kind of banking on being her option. And in principle, that should have been good, but there's a lot of missteps on the way, like almost anything that goes back to reference the characters from the first series ultimately detracts from them, in my opinion. Because Sokka's dead before the series really starts. Like, he dies between the opening joke scene and the series actually starting. So, you only see him in a flashback. Aang, there's some people who think he got a character assassination. I don't think it was quite that bad. I think ultimately it was a failure of communication in some ways with his children rather than outright neglect, like his children saw what he was doing as. Because from his perspective, Tenzin did need more attention. If something happened to Aang, which something did happen to Aang, Tenzin was the last airbender in the world, and if Aang didn't pass on the knowledge to him, there just wouldn't be airbenders anymore. So he had to take special interest in Tenzin. And then his other kids, they saw him taking interest in his airbender son and thought it was favoritism, but I think it was more necessity than anything. And while it was unfortunate necessity it was still. Hold on a second. I just... Why did me at this? Maybe I'm crazy. And, I do love, I like most of the characterization of Aang's kids. I think I really like Boomy. First of all, named him after his one remaining friend after 100 years. Perfect. But I like that Boomy was a non-bender, and that he, as the son of the Avatar, has an incredible complex about that. I wasn't... Okay, in Season 4, they do this thing where there's a ton of people in the world who just suddenly become airbenders because of what happened at the end of Season... No, it's in Season 3 that this happened. It's my mistake. I get that mixed up. But in Season 3, a bunch of people just become airbenders. And I think that's somewhat harmful to the legacy. Because for one, it feels like it tries too hard to be a... It tries too hard to undo the Air Nomad genocide, which was probably the single biggest event in the history of Avatar. And while there's the heartwarming scene of Tenzin looking at these dozens of airbenders and crying because... crying tears of joy, saying he wishes his father had been there to see that. Because Aang would have been happy about it, but I think from a storytelling perspective, it's not as good. Obviously, in story, it's a good thing. There's not a thing wrong with it. From storytelling, it's... I don't know. And one of the people who becomes an airbender is Boom. And I felt that robbed him a little of his more interesting trait of being a non-bender raised by two of the most powerful benders in history, Aang and Katara. High enough level that the T-Rex is the best option now. But, let's see. 15, 45, 41. Wrong button again, sorry. 15, it's 35,000 each. Which is gonna take a while. But could be longer. I think they're still fast enough to kill that it's worth it to go for them over the T-Rex. I know a number of Korra's issues were due to some executive issues. Mostly, its lack of popularity was not its own fault. Not entirely. Because while it was initially advertised very well on Nickelodeon, the first season did so well that before the second episode aired, they'd been greenlit for 2 more seasons, and then another one when the season was half done. But then... yeah. And as it went on, the network just showed it less and less attention. It got shuffled time slots repeatedly. And the break between Season 3 and Season 4 was so small that most people didn't know that Season 4 had started yet. Because of course they wouldn't. They were prepared to wait. They'd tune out for a while. But it was only like 2 months between them. And Season 4 had its own problem, the budget being cut so bad that they lost an entire episode worth of budget. Almost. And the people in charge knew either they had to lay off a bunch of people, or they'd have to do a clip show. And the first one, in their eyes, wasn't an option. And I'll commend them for that. And I'll give them, that's one of the better clip shows I've seen. Because at least they've got, like, characters commenting over the clip show. And they do some funny stuff with those characters commenting over the clip show. Like having all the previous villains kind of want to get together while they're commenting over it, but they don't want to invite Unalak, the only one who's boring. And he's just not really part of it because he was boring and a bad antagonist. They did what they could, but that doesn't wholly excuse some of the writing problems they had. I think those problems are the ones that carry the furthest for me. I don't know that that's ever going to change, personally. They tried to address some of the complaints in the comics, but I think a lot of those complaints, well, some of the complaints they issue are only really relative to Season 4, because they tried to address other ones for the first 3 seasons on their own. Okay, I have to step away for just a minute or two, but I will be right back. I'm sorry. And I'm back. I apologize for the delay, but thank you for following, Cowan. Glad you were impressed enough. Ooh. That is a growing number. As it should be, it's an RPG, it should take more every time, but... yeah. Okay, 35, 82, 96. Five 46, so that's 36,000. So it's actually not that much more than the Triceratops, if I'm reading this right. $546, $35.11. So yeah, T-Rex probably not worth it. Is worth it. It's like chair. Better. Be doing this to run faster. Hit harder. Killing gives you sometimes energy anyway. Probably should have been doing this from the start. lightning fast as a Super Saiyan. Part of the game you remember running in circles, beating things up? Yeah, that is the game. It's not part of it. This is the entire game. Though I'd be lying if I said I wasn't into how the weird things the story gets slightly wrong in this game. And as a voice actor at heart, I always love playing Dragon Ball games, because I get to test out my Dragon Ball voices. Which they are not the voices I've been practicing the longest, but I've been practicing a lot of them a long time. I was probably practicing voices for Yu-Gi-Oh! Probably the first thing I ever was, like, doing like that. Did eventually start Dragon Ball. Actually, for Dragon Ball, while I did watch it on Toonami, I watched it whenever it was on and I could stay up late. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Dragon Ball, same, absolutely same. But whenever I could, stay up late or they were running a marathon, that's when I would get to watch Dragon Ball. But I did not see the full series beginning to end until Kai was airing, I don't think. And that's not... No, the full series beginning to end was not until Kai. That absolutely was true. But my first means of playing through the entire story, like, from beginning to the end, my first means of playing through the story, of experiencing the story of Dragon Ball at all, was probably Budokai 1, where it went up to Cell, but that actually took me a very long time to get that far, because as a little kid, I couldn't even beat the Raditz minigame in the first Budokai. And then Budokai 2 didn't really do the story in the same way. And then, I don't think I had Budokai 3 initially. I think I got it later. But Tenkaichi was probably the first time that I experienced Dragon Ball beginning to end. Like, all of it. And I believe Tenkaichi 2 was probably the first time I experienced it in a coherent fashion. Because that one actually had, like, the overworld exploration. And Tenkaichi 3 was how I experienced a lot of the movies initially. Some of the movies I own on DVD. And I actually own most of the orange boxes. The orange bricks, or dragon boxes as they're called. But Orange Brick is an apt title because it's so many DVDs. It's like 6 to a season because of just how much there was. And it's very low quality copies because there's a lot of, like, dirt and hair on the film. That was how... Those boxes were how I watched most of it. I was missing a few, was the only problem. I think I have the first season of Boo, which is, like, probably up to right before the tournament starts. And then I missed the second one, so for the next part, it's just Super Boo is out. And I'm like, I guess I missed stuff in the interim. I'm missing, I think, also one from I think I'm also missing one in the middle of the Android Saga, which was where Cell turned semi-perfect for a while. I think I'm missing that little in-between. I've since experienced them through Kai, which... High up through the Cell Saga did a pretty good job of skipping all this fucking filler. Sticking to the important stuff. Bukai put filler back in. I don't understand why, and I don't think I ever will. Not a very smart decision. The problem with a lot of Dragon Ball's filler, like, even in Z, is that, really, really contradicts later character motivations. Or worse, contradicts world building in Super, which confused a lot of people when Super was going. Can't blame them for that. I can blame them a little for not figuring it out, but can't wholly deride them for it. That's a whole, like, 1.5 more in the first digit for the last level. Aw, man. It's okay. After this, Gohan will be done. I think I'm gonna break up... Should I break up grinding by going to their 50 doors, or should I do all the grinding at once and then do all the 50 doors at once? I'm not sure. Okay, that wasn't worth it. I was trying to get more energy, but only one of them dropped energy. Frickin' desire sensors, my guy. I'm really low on health. I hope I start getting health. Here's some energy. I'm full on energy. Here's some more. Really low on energy. Hope I get that. Here's some fucking health. I know it's entirely a mental bias, but that's always how it feels. Piccolo's probably gonna be the worst grind because he, well, I'm gonna show you why. First of all, he's the lowest level, but more than that, his strength score is atrocious. It's so bad, I might give him strength capsules, just to make it doable. Because, like, the early levels are gonna breeze by, but I'm not sure how much Super Namekian's gonna make up for how bad his melee damage is. And if you're wondering why I don't have to do Goku, it's because Goku, for one, doesn't have a 50 door. And the reason he doesn't have a 50 door is because he's dead. You can't play as him anymore. But don't worry, that's not an issue. Because they did still give you Goku's statue for beating the game. I just have to get the other 4 statues by going through their 50 doors. Goku, you have to get to level 40 to beat the game, because 2 Dragon Balls, I think, are behind Goku 40 doors, and also the final door is. I've said this before, this sort of slot for my streams, I want to always have a game that has, or at least as long as I can manage, I'm going to have a game with art by Akira Toriyama, or based on an anime or manga by Akira Toriyama. Which, that second one is mostly so I can do Dragon Ball. But that means this slot's gonna be Dragon Ball, Dragon Quest, and a few assorted ones like... I already played Chrono Trigger, but I'm gonna come back for its New Game Plus at some point. The game that's gonna replace this one. This replaced Legacy 1, because Legacy 1 was so short, and I didn't want to stop it how bad it was. This game is miles ahead of the first Legacy of Goku. It's so much better, you struggle to believe they're the same people made them. But it's Webfoot. I really want to play that, but I don't have it yet. But it looks really good. To me, at least. Because... two things. One, it's very much comedy-focused. It's closer to Toriyama's early work, is how I should rephrase that. Because he was a comedy writer for a very long time before he started doing Dragon Ball. And Dragon Ball was comedy at first, too. But then it sort of, you know, grew into more martial arts focus. After, I'd say, the first arc. But Sandland tried to keep comedy the whole way through. It's got that sort of setup of the tiny, overly strong protagonist. But it also has one of Toriyama's other great loves in it. Oh, I love the goofy parts of his writing. But I think he did goofy and serious. But Toriyama's other great love was, like, mechs and tanks. He loved making those. And Sandland, you can customize a tank in it, and that looks fun. Unless I get my hands on Sandland soon, Sandland would replace this game if I had it. But since I don't yet, it's not gonna do that, probably. We will see how life goes for that. Yeah, no, all his, like, mecha and machinery stuff is all really good. It's good enough they made toys of his random nonsense drawings. Like Goku's Stomp Cycle. If you've seen that toy, if you own that toy, you're amazing. If you've even seen it, you're still pretty good. On energy. There, big ball. Little ball, that's nice too. Panch, little ball. That's what I think a lot of people are really into. I said that as wrongly as I could. A lot of people. My favorite Toriyama design he's ever done is Imperfect Cell. I love it, and it's got so many of his trademarks in, like those weird line things he does. You know what I'm talking about? Like, he's got the lines on the Saiyan shoulder pads, he has it for Cell's beak, and also on his crotch for some reason. It's on Mecha Frieza's head, those lines that he just loves to put on things. And Chrono Trigger actually, I think, shows off even more of that, because the final Lavos design is also in that thing. Even if that's not the real body. Trixie Lavoses. Segments like a bug's shell. I think that's kind of what he's going for. Because, like, it's definitely what it sort of is on a lot of things. On Cell, that's most definitely what it is. but he puts it on machinery a lot, is the thing. So I have to question it at least a little. Gohan has achieved level 50! Whoa, I teleported out of reality for a second there. Sorry. I think I want to break up the grinding with going to their 50 doors. Because I think I'll go insane if I don't get a change of scenery, at least for a minute. Where's the nearest? That one's not that near. That's Vegeta's 50 door. Which, that'll be useful to remember. I do remember where Gohan's is. I should save. If something goes horribly awry, I need to be sure. I feel so slow now that I'm not in Super Saiyan anymore. But I don't need it on right now. Ugh. Biggie. 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 Gohan's 50 door is, up at Ginger Town. I remember that distinctly. Gonna be trouble remembering where Piccolo and Trunks' are. I'll probably have to look it up. I at least know where Vegeta's is. And I don't even have to think too hard about it. It's near where I'm grinding. Cell Games, Northern Waste, Ginger Town. I don't know that there are any 50 door, like, yeah, there's Gohan's 50 door, you can see. Gohan is a light blue, Vegeta is dark blue. Isn't the way to it. Yeah, I gotta go around to get to it. Let's look at his stats. 84, 80, 71. Gohan is on the lower end for endurance. Endurance growth, I should say, among the characters. But his strength and power are really high. Ooh. You actually hurt a little still. Boom! Oh, what the hell is that? Yellow Scorpion. It's not giving any new information, but they have quite a bit of health. Quite a bit of endurance. I'm still gaining experience, it's just not contributing to anything anymore. On that note, I'm curious. 22992798. Nope, not getting it anymore. Or they don't drop any. They're not durable. Scorpions were, the snakes are not. Noted. Snake chicken. Ah. They left the legs on. That's my favorite part of the snake. bam, bam. You found the Gohan trophy. Oh, now the Gohan trophy, he's not wearing this outfit. I don't know why this game insisted on keeping Gohan in this outfit. This means they have 3 characters who wear this of their very limited character slots at the end of the game. Ah, scorpion chicken. It's always funny to see just cuts of the wrong meat dropping from animals. Alright, let's say we get the hard one out of the way now that we've done the easiest one. I will have to figure out where his 50 door is, but we can worry about that when the time comes. This is harder to control than it looks. These are not strong enemies. They're decently powerful compared to what Piccolo is currently. But there's still gonna be take a minute for him. And I don't think he gets as big a stat buff for Super Namekian as they get for Super Saiyan, because of the healing he gets for it. Ah, the pig room. We ground in here a lot. Probably gonna remember that every time I come through. That was a 30 Piccolo door at one point. We busted it down. I think there was a Namekian in there. I need to check how many of those I have. But at the same time, I know who I want to take to Namek. Purple bastard. Purple tigers. I tell ya, there's a purple cat who's way scarier than you. He's poorly written in most of his scenes. And that's far more terrifying than a bomb. At least to me. Maybe not to anyone sane, though. Oh, look at that experience boost. Okay, Piccolo's going to shoot up in level very quickly here. Biggest stat's probably always going to be endurance. $33. Good thing is there's minimal, but still some risk of Piccolo dying. Case in point, it might happen. He is getting overwhelmed here. There we go. Not happening anymore. Not a risk any longer. Just step in here for a minute. Save, so if something terrible happens to Piccolo, it won't be all bad. Very seriously considering just giving him a Strength +5 capsule. So seriously that I did it. It's better. He needed that. It was desperate. Level 35. You got strength that level. +2 to it. But maybe this will go better as we keep going. Six. Should shoot up to 40 really quickly before it starts slowing down. At least he's doing over 100 damage every attack now. $37. More endurance. Probably the least useful stat for trying to grind in this game. There was a trick I could have done very early on with Gohan. I could lob his Masenko over that gate to hit that Triceratops fairly early in the game and get Gohan absurdly ahead. But I didn't do that because, one, I actually didn't find this area running through because I forgot. And two, it wouldn't have done much. Gohan didn't really end up needing to grind that much to win the game. $38. His power score is getting up there. Frequently breaking 110 now. That's good, that's good. Strength again, power and endurance again. Of course, it's only when he gets a 0 that it's a bad level. Though, he didn't get any 2s that level, so still not as good as I wish it were. Oh, that's another thing Boo's Fury does. It gives you 3 stat points every level that you get to choose where they go. The one caveat is a stat. You can't raise a stat to be higher than your current level. That, probably for the best they do that, because otherwise you could break the game even more than you already can. Actually, there is one more of them. I almost always forget about this one until I'm right at it. I am excited for Boo's Fury when I eventually get to it, because I think that's the only one I haven't, like, even passively played yet. I feel like I know the least about it of the 3. Because I had a lot of knowledge of the first game going in. I had knowledge of the really, probably least interesting part of this game coming in. And I did know about the absolute worst part of this game coming in, which was delivering those fucking eggs. Even knowing about it didn't help me. I had to find a guide that showed me exactly how to do it. Once I knew the correct method to do it, I could do it easily. But not easily, I could do it semi-consistently. T-Rex just isn't worth it for how much more health it has than them compared to how much experience points you get. It's like 1,000 more for taking 4 times as long. One downside of Boo's Fury, other than 2 very brief moments where you don't do a whole lot, you only play as the Saiyans in Boo's Fury. That's disappointing, because I love Piccolo. He's probably my favorite now. Since increasingly, Gohan was just made, not a character. They brought him back a little bit in Super, but then they unbrought him back for most of Superhero. And I'm not crazy about Beast Gohan's design. I know what it's going for, but I don't like how ginormous the hair was. I think that looks dumb. On that note, I don't like Orange Piccolo either, because he's a square. We can only get to 130, also critting a lot more. I think crits are determined by your level relative to the enemy's level. I think. I can't prove that, but that's how it seemed to work. Like, I think your crit rate gets as high as 50% in certain circumstances. Maybe even higher. There's not a good way to measure it. Nice. Ugh. Another level. Maybe... yeah, definitely get one before we finish here. There we go. 42. A little more strength. Hey, how's he looking? He's only barely gotten... he barely has more strength than Trunks, who he's almost 10 levels higher than. He's got way more power than those two. And he's got more endurance. Gohan's way above, but Gohan's always going to be above. Goku's actually just broken in terms of his stat growth. And it's just actually unfair. But he's dead, so it doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure he had as much health as Gohan does now. And he was not maxed out. Too bad that even though they show the Blackwater Mist, like, at the top of the screen, and they explain that's why the animals are strong, because there was no explanation in the first game for why they were that strong. It's a little sad they didn't decide to go, like, throw in Garlic Jr. in this game. Just as one extra filler to do. Like, during that, during, like, the opening. But I guess they wanted to get straight to Trunks and try to keep the story tighter. And diverging with Garlic Jr. would have been much. But they still included Cooler. Then again, he's also entirely optional, so... maybe the game's better for not having Garlic Jr., but still using him, ironically, as a plot point. A minor plot point. Animals are strong because the Black Matter Whist empowered them. They're on a dry spell for energy from enemy drops. That won't be a problem when they're dead. Pickle, but it is still a problem actually, but less a problem when he levels up. Ooh, 2 strength this level. Good, good, good. 140 sometimes. I wonder where King Triceratops is. He kept his word, he left the village alone. Is he Blackwater Mist empowered? He could talk, so probably not. I don't recall the scene too well, so I don't know if the symbol was at the top of the screen when fighting him or not. Never dip below 130 on damage now, that's great. Sometimes go to 140, also neat. We're averaging around 5 hits for a kill, because we're getting enough crits in there. This game is probably... This much grinding, I probably would have had to do to beat Legacy of Goku 1 legitimately. And even then, it wouldn't have been fun. So, if you're familiar with Legacy of Goku 1, even if you didn't watch my streams of it, you might have heard of the flight glitch. Because I think people who know the game know that glitch. People who've just passively looked at it, put it down because it looked dumb, they don't know it. People who played the game and actually managed to beat it because they were either stupid or a child or probably both. Don't get it twisted. I was a stupid child too. Most children are really stupid. Comes with the territory. 44. going. Still not as good as we could be, but we're doing it. Piccolo's strength is not... His strength score isn't abysmal anymore, so I can keep going. I think it would have been actually just terrible to try to do it without giving him that capsule. Anyway, the flight glitch. It's probably why they didn't try to put on-demand flight in this or Boo's Fury. Also, flying was just glitchy start to finish in that game. For that specific glitch, it was the only thing that let me win. I'm gonna level with you. That and my innate knowledge of most of the areas. Still couldn't do Guru's torture chamber, but... who can? Who can do that legitimately and on purpose? Almost to 45, and it's only getting to get slower. Even the early 40s weren't so bad, but mid to late 40s are... they take longer. And if you're not getting energy drops, it's gonna be even worse. Not for the movement speed, I think this would have taken probably 4 times as long. So glad they dropped the speed down version of it after that one fight. For that one fight, it made it unreasonable to try to use Super Saiyan. It was only on Trunks and Vegeta, so... Level 45! Ranked Power Endurance. Probably the longest it's gonna take the entire time. Just doing Piccolo. Vegeta and Trunks have really good strength stats. And also, I think the multiplier for Super Saiyan is better too. So they'll be blazing through this even faster. Doesn't drop below 140 anymore. Struggling with 100 when we got in. another level. Get caught between a Triceratops and a Tiger Place. I think because it's percentage based, Piccolo's gotten to the point where if he's a Super Namekian, he's probably immortal. Granted, it will be constantly draining his ki, so how immortal is he really? Still. Means we don't have to worry too much. We haven't had to worry a ton this whole... There was one spot that was a little iffy. For the most part, we've been doing fine. Oh, man. Oh, I don't like that disparity in how much experience points they have. Gohan has more than twice as much as Piccolo. Almost 3 times, frankly. I wish I hadn't looked at that number. Maybe I could choose to believe that they gain experience at different speeds, and Gohan takes more to get to the max than Piccolo does. Maybe I can trick myself into thinking that. Got hit once, so it dropped food. Piccolo not need food, Piccolo need energy. And it's raining too much, he can't photosynthesize. Namekians photosynthesize? They probably do. Even if just a little bit. There are species of slugs that do that. Great, energy drought finally caught up. Stronger now with his weighted gi on than he was when he came in. At least there's that. Combos for you fuckers. Piccolo has half as many experience points as Gohan. There's only a few levels left. But do those last 4 levels really take that much? As much as the total to get here? That is... wow, if so. First clothes beam, put your clothes on. But just pull them out of your friggin' thing. Put them on, because better to start from some than start from none, because you're gonna run out anyways. Gotta level up, so turn it back on. He'll get that energy back. There you go. +2 strength, sweet. Don't like how much slower that's building. That number's gonna stay accurate, because it's 3 levels, and that's about a quarter of the total we have. There's Piccolo's stats. Yeah, I think Gohan might just have better stats than Piccolo. This is also the one I knew was going to take the longest. Or did it? Looking at my timer, I'm starting to think it took me around an hour to get Gohan this high. But I've only been doing Piccolo for maybe half as long. Then again, maybe I'm only half as done. The last few levels are going to be a serious doozy. And I just had a lot to talk about during the first part that I've now run out of. I hate when a rock drops nothing. That's just mean. That is your sole purpose for existing. Caught me. Frigate, the loop. Sometimes they catch you in that. You need to break out of it. You need to break out of your own mentality to keep holding forward. Ugh. Fine. Also, it's just really unlucky when Piccolo can't get that energy, because I also wonder if it draws more energy than Gohan's Super Saiyan does. Part of Piccolo possibly going faster is just that I've been using Super Namekian the whole time. Well, I didn't use Super almost until the end with Gohan. Who can say? It's probably a number of factors. But they're all my fault. $47, almost to 48. What did I sign myself up for? I volunteered for this. This was my plan. Big one, that's useful. Another big one. See, now we're getting the energy. Almost. Start that shit. Here we go, 48. Just sit on this a sec. Just gotta adjust my spine. Yeah. Yeah. Eight, strength, power, endurance. Only +1 to strength, of course. All those endurance points that they don't amount to enough. I should check. Yeah, Piccolo has more health than Gohan, so... I shouldn't... Nah, I'm still gonna be upset. That just means it still takes longer to grind him no matter what. He just doesn't have the strength stat. It now takes less than 40 from the Triceratopses. He was probably taking 50 a hit when he came in. Possibly more. Yeah. Break 170. That's cool. Oh, still haven't broken the 160 floor. Energy. I have to say, don't make me run out of energy again. Might still do it, but I don't know. Being nice to me about that now. You just gotta vocalize sometimes. Vocalize to visualize. Slowly but surely getting there. Yeah, I guess just the last 3 levels just take half an hour to do. And this is the fastest grinding location I've been able to be informed of. That I've been made aware of. I don't think behind any of their 50 doors are actually especially good for grinding. Even if they might probably have tougher enemies. Some of them tougher, I mean. Those snakes were good. I have no way of knowing because it didn't track experience points once he was capped out. Almost there. Almost. $49. Not as much stats as I would have hoped for, but it's the stats I received. Stats I deserved, frankly. Did we floor at 160 now? That'd be nice. Looks like we did. Very frequently over 170 now, so... Finally broke the 160 floor. That's such a small amount of progress, but it's still progress. And it's 50% more than the last level. So prepare yourselves. Still more fun than I'm having with Secret of Mana, not gonna lie. This is mindless, but... This is time-consuming, but it's in a mindless way. Secret of Mana is time-consuming in an overly mindful and I don't feel like I'm contributing way. Something I didn't anticipate is happening. Thumb's getting sore. Ah, that's not good. Only a little, but that's gonna grow. I could die. I didn't think this all the way through. I never do, but I wanted to play this game more. About a third of the way to the last level. One hit. Using the age-old tradition of how to press a button. Your thumb's sore. Switch to your index finger. It's still working. Index gets sore. Got a middle, but I think my thumb will feel better by then. This isn't a problem turn-based RPGs have, I'll tell you that much at least. Energy, that's something to not have to worry about. Okay, past the halfway point. That's good, that's good, that's good. Just getting stiff. All of them. Drowning me in energy now. Or was this some of the other times? Give me a break then. Only now. I prefer it now to then, actually. I prefer not having to worry about that for now. Ooh, more than 3/4. Like 80% through this level now. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Piccolo is always going to have been the hardest one just because he has the lowest strength score. Even after I buffed him, he's still probably going to be the lowest of the group. Very low on energy. Beat you shits up. Give me a little more. See, that wasn't so bad, was it? You're just dead now. No one will miss you because you respawn. Take off your clothes. Piccolo has achieved level 50, yes! 2 strength that time. Sweetness. Ah. One actually needed more. Add more? Okay. Gonna quick look up where Piccolo's 50 door is. Goku. There. Oh. Dang it. Piccolo's is on Namek. Ah, jeez. That's a whole other problem. Alright, well... that doesn't do shit. Don't even bother. So we're gonna have to... You know what? I don't mind that we get to take a detour from the grinding for a minute or two while I figure out how many Namekians I have. I'm not used to normal speed anymore. We gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Go faster. Faster, 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 faster. Hang on now. No, that... his number's not changing. Just, I thought it had, but it hadn't. We get to take a little detour to Namek to fight Cooler. Should have one of the Saiyans do it. Or just make Piccolo do it, since I don't think there's a character swapper on Namek. Probably just have Piccolo do it, in that case. I don't honestly know how many of the lost Namekians I've found. I can go to Capsule Corp and guess. Be this way. Don't gotta get any more. I did get them all. I'll do it. I'd like to see new Namek. Turned all the missing Nameks. All of the every single missing planet. Okay, good. I was thorough on that. How do you like our new home? By the way, I found this key in the woods near Goku's home when I was on my pilgrimage. Maybe you know who it belongs to? Actually, don't remember what that's for. Grandpa Gohan's key. Oh yeah, lets you get into Grandpa Gohan's shrine. I don't remember what's in there. Sure nice that we were able to find a planet almost identical to the original Namek. That's right, in the original, they wish for Purunga to find them a Namek. While I think the dub accidentally made them say... At least one version of the dub might have accidentally made them say, build a new Namek. Ah, trees. Never did finish the sapling quest in Legacy 1. I also think you couldn't. Thanks for bringing those Namex home. You're Mori? You don't look like Mori to me. I wondered what happened to them. It's sure nice we're able to find it. Okay, that's what most of you say, except the one who's apparently Mori. Don't know how that happened. Cooler. You're not Goku. I specifically asked for Goku. He's dead. He couldn't make it, so I guess you're going to have to fight me. Very well then, I shall enjoy causing you pain. Fuck, he hits hard. So can Piccolo. Piccolo also regenerates. Cooler luckily doesn't. Imagine how unfun that would be. We can just about do this. Yep, just barely had enough ki to do that. That door opens. There's also this power capsule, I think. +5 power capsule, yes. Beyond this door lies Piccolo's 50 door. You actually don't have to fight for it, you just get Piccolo's statue. You found the Piccolo trophy. What the fuck? Oh, I get it. It's like the, it's supposed to be the pose of him defending Gohan from Nappa's blast, but it's not what it looks like. Because he's wearing his turban in it, so... Alright, I saved Namek. I'm leaving now. There was a character switcher here. I could have had someone else do it. They might have been able to be more efficient because they hit harder, but... eh. Elder Mori's a great leader, but I miss Guru. I don't. He built that temple. It sure was an old temple. Up is probably Vegeta or Trunks next. I'm just going left to right, honestly. It is Vegeta next. Haha! Yeah, Vegeta is hitting twice as hard against these as Piccolo was when he came in. This is gonna probably be a little faster. Probably. Get over there first, and then I'm gonna take a short break. Just to stretch my legs. Stretch out, you know. I hate breaking immersion, but at the same time, I don't want to lie to people. To be perfectly honest, I've said it before, but I always want to be clear when this comes up. The Fish character is in a wheelchair. The actor portraying him, is not. I always want to be clear about that. If I say otherwise, I'm probably making a joke. Unless something horrible's happened to me. In which case, I deserved it, probably. Super Vegeta. Yeah, Vegeta hits as hard as a Super Saiyan now as Piccolo did normally when we left. Get the impression this is probably going to be a little easier as Vegeta. Here to the save spot. I'm gonna leave it unpaused so he'll build up his energy back up. Okay, I'm gonna take my break now. And we're back. Ooh. Should be the last interruption we have. Level 38. Vegeta's crits also seem to hit way harder than Piccolo's. I wonder why that is. Piccolo's, they always seem to be double, but Vegeta's maybe sometimes go past that? I can't tell, honestly. Doing the easy part of the grind, the part where you get levels really fast. That'll change. Change very abruptly for the last 3 levels, which take as long as the first 17. She's also starting out higher, but that doesn't help that much, frankly. So most of the time is just on those last 3 levels. I don't need a chicken dinner, I need energy. Well, no energy for Vegeta. He's never been that good at conserving it, frankly. Understand in concept Super Saiyan taking a while to charge up, but in practice I just wish it was faster. Faster to transform. And again, I could say that about the anime too. and they're energy drowning again. Maybe it just feels that way because Vegeta has way less energy than Piccolo did near the end. Ooh, all +2 for Vegeta. I don't think Piccolo ever got one of those. I think Vegeta's doing almost as much as Piccolo was. Check that stats. Piccolo's got all that extra power and endurance, but Vegeta's just almost hitting as hard anyway, so... Give your energy to Vegeta. Well done, you have served your purpose. Guess I didn't need to do that, he's almost at another level. And lost a third of it before he even finished going down. $42! All +1s, so that's fine. Now Super Vegeta hits exactly as hard as Super Piccolo did. Again, I think Super Saiyan has a higher multiplier to make up for not getting regeneration. Like, you need it. I bet Gohan didn't get to keep Super Saiyan Rage, as they decided to call it here. That would have made grinding really easy. Super Saiyan, but it never wears off, and also you regenerate, and also it's a bigger multiplier. I don't think Super Saiyan 2 makes you regenerate, but hey, whatever to just make that fight a non-issue when you're playing it. I didn't have that much more energy than Vegeta. I think Vegeta might outpace him by the end, depending on how much he's getting per level. I actually don't know. $43! Endurance 2. I leveled up. I don't need to fight them. I've not encountered them yet, because I haven't played it yet, but I already missed them. The weighted training gear from Boo's Fury. You equip it, and you just get more experience points, at the cost of moving more slowly. It's got different tiers of them that grant more and more and more experience points, make you even slower each one. And those are fun. There's also the Goku hat, with 2 U's that just makes your level ups better, permanently. As long as you're wearing it when you do it, which... There's only one of it, and sometimes characters are fused and will level up together, which... You can't always get it. Oh, blue T-Rex. Face the might of Vegeta. The might of Vegeta! Got some energy out of that. Got a lot more out of punching that thing once. Wonder if... I think it does actually weigh towards giving more energy if you're at full health. Wonder if that means Super Namekian actually was getting energy more often. I think it also didn't drain as fast. '44! Strength, power, endurance. Strength and power +2. So Vegeta is gonna be blasting through these things. Yeah, no crits, he can 5-shot them. Piccolo needed a crit to do that. Fight these guys, maybe get energy. Okay, there's some energy. Okay, there's a little energy. Is that overall positive or neutral? Hard to tell. Unclear. Big one, that's nice, that's nice. Chicken that I didn't need. Aha, energy! A little more energy. I wonder if we'll have to start leveling Trunks in Concerto in concert with Vegeta, just because Vegeta's running out of ki so fast. Level up, so... Maybe do it. Nope. Just run. Definitely get one before it runs out. Definitely get the level. You're gonna. Definitely get it. See? You did it. Why were you worried, Vegeta? More strength, more power, more endurance. Food I didn't need. Okay. Gotta go. It's gotta be draining faster than Super Namekian did. I think that is the main source of the problem. It's just less energy efficient, and Super Namekian and Gohan Super Saiyan are just better for that. Calm down. I feel like it's not really worth it anymore. You know, maybe Super Saiyan's just not for me. Now start getting huge chunks of energy. Change my mind, kill! On. Almost another level. Won't even really need the level for key regen. It's being nice again. Right when I don't really need it. Save it for when I do need it, game. Or, I guess if you want to be nice forever so I never need it, I wouldn't hate that outcome either. But I do not foresee that one. Power and +2 to endurance this level. Yeah, this is when it starts climbing. Oh man. This is the part you always regret looking at. This is like, oh, Vegeta has half of the total experience points he needs to be max. Good. Vegeta kills them faster, but that only helps so much. I feel like a lot of the downtime isn't hitting them, it's running back and forth after kills. Or maybe there's just not that much downtime already, and this is just how long it takes. That's a concerning notion. I'm sure killing them in fewer hits does add up. Especially over a lengthy period of time. Vegeta does more damage than Piccolo. Does more minimum damage than Piccolo's maximum, and he's still 4 levels lower. This is why you couldn't come to the next game, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Piccolo. You deserve better. You get your own movie, like 20 years later, man, but... somewhat at the detriment of Gohan. That happens, which, to be fair, Gohan was usually at the detriment of Piccolo, so payback. Another level here soon. I'm correct, Trunks has even more strength than Vegeta, so his might be the fastest so far. You know, by a small margin. Just a small bit. Still, it probably broke even doing that. Level 47. Yep. I completely lost track of where it was. I think my eyes glazed over. Big ball, let's go. It's also helpful to it's at the very least helpful to my thumb that I don't have to press the button as many times to kill with Vegeta. Okay, being stingy with energy again, game. Very rude of you. Alright, gave it back some. Is Vegeta's energy now. It's as good as Piccolo's. Big ball. Probably could have fought them for energy, but not doing that at the moment. Big ball, it was fine. Big ball, it's all fine. We're all dandy and happy. Ugh. You need a crits over 400 sometimes. I'm just now, like, putting that together. Big ball. Almost past the first hurdle. Almost to level 48. It's only gonna take longer. Jump to 50 takes twice as long as the jump to 48. +2 to all. Again, Piccolo didn't get that at any point. Yeah, 2 more strength than Piccolo. The Gohan has 12 more strength than Vegeta. I almost wanted to say poor Vegeta, but he deserves it. Vegeta deserves it, not Gohan, probably. I wonder if Gohan's Super Saiyan multiplier is weaker. Because he's not using the powered up form, like Vegeta might still be? I don't know. Yeah. Vegeta can't do less than 200 damage with his punches anymore. That's fun. Or if he can, he's really good at not showing it. This is still really good grinding music. Faulkner made very repetitive... Faulkner's team, I say Faulkner just because it's easier, made very repetitive songs. Some are just okay. I don't think any of them are just outright bad, like some think. It's just... Sometimes it's just kind of inappropriate music, though can't say the original Japanese score didn't also do that, or do something far worse, which was be stolen. To be fair, that was only the Kai soundtrack. I think. But hey, the dub score was all original. You can't hit him on that one. Actually, maybe it was the whole Japanese. Oh, you weren't aware? Yeah, no, for a lot of... This affected Kai severely, but even just for the Japanese version, the music was plagiarized. A lot of the score was plagiarized. And some of them weren't subtle. But it still took a while to notice. It especially took a while to notice because most of the people they stole from were American. And the English dub didn't use that score. So they didn't notice for a very long time. They didn't notice until, I think, Cell was defeated in Kai. That, like, one group came out, they're like, hey, a lot of those songs are ours. And then other groups started noticing, hey, hang on, that sounds familiar too. And a ton of tracks from the original Dragon Ball Z run just straight up stolen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Like, sometimes you could argue, okay, it's the same chord progression, but that's not stealing. Other times it's like, no, that's straight up stoling. Stoling. And that's why Bukai had to rush to find a new soundtrack, a new composer, as part of what delayed the Bukai to, after Super started airing in Japan. Oh. It is funny that in America, there was essentially never a drought of Dragon Ball content of some kind. Because even once the anime finished airing, there were still games coming out like every year for a long time. And when that finally stopped, or at least slowed down, Kai started. And once Kai had started, a little into that, Super started. And while the Super dub didn't make it to America for a while, they wanted to finish Bukai first. When it eventually did come, during the sort of, the sub versions were still coming out to America. Because at that point, Crunchyroll was a thing, and they were like, yeah, we can sub it in a day. And that was their huge selling point. And when they got Super, it was kind of over for anyone else trying to do that. Funimation bought them because their own streaming service didn't pan out. So they're like, just use Crunchyroll. We own it now. They tried to compete with them, and when they couldn't, they bought them. Of course, in the middle of, like, Z being popular, like, I think this was even after it finished. 49! To get from 49 to 50, I think takes almost as long as it took to get from 47 to 49. So we've still got our work cut out for us, but we're getting close. 1 second, I got a notification a while ago that I just never exited out of on my screen. Yeckin'. At least it's inching up. There were times I felt like it never moved, the experience bar under the key and health, when I was playing as Piccolo. I mean, some enemies it doesn't move, but I feel like most of them it does still. Like, yeah, that'll bring Vegeta's total experience up to theirs. I didn't mean to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Dag-nabbit. Oh, no point in just waiting around. Kill a dinosaur. There we go. Chicken dinner. Ah, Super Vegeta. Really weird. Better. Bastard. Ooh, 2 crits kills. That is something. Bastards. Stop it. About a third of the way there, through the last level. I have to keep reminding myself how close I am, or else I will lose my brain. It will no longer exist. It's kind of the only thing I have. dastardly actions will not abide. Sometimes 2 crits does it, depending on the crits. 2 good crits will kill a Triceratops, but 2 poor crits will leave it barely alive. Yes, we've passed the halfway point. Being stingy with energy, I appreciate it. Die. Okay, 2/3. If I don't remind myself of my progress, everything will collapse. I need constant reinforcement. Vegeta's almost finished, and once he is, there's just Trunks left, and Trunks shouldn't be so bad. It's almost a lie. There is something I have to do after Trunks. I don't have to, but I have to, you know? To really show off what I'm unlocking by doing this. Why this is worth doing. Almost there. We're almost there. Soon. It is tantalizingly close. Vegeta has achieved level 50! Yes! Ooh! I'm stronger than Kakarot! I think. Where's his stat screen? Oh yeah. I remembered this. Why'd I do that? Vegeta's is in the area. So you know what? I want a smaller break. I want a slightly larger break from grinding than I just took. So, be here, or am I gonna have to go to Captain Park to find him? Hey, Oolong. Someday I might leave here and have some adventures of my own. Maybe not. You, bald man. I may be old, but I am a martial arts master, and I can teach you a thing or two. Bet you don't know the two-handed smash technique? Hold down the A button. Jack the charge, let it go. Acha! Wah! That was why I came here. I didn't forget. They totally did. But I did also want to unlock that. I realized I hadn't unlocked. Trunks and Goku's are unlocked by default, so I had forgotten to get Vegeta's. The wrong place. Yeah, as a Super Saiyan, Vegeta is this strong against the Triceratopses. Against these things, he's basically nothing. You. I guess this actually was the most optimal way to do it. Okay, here. And 2 up and then left. Ah, yes, the leg of the snake. This is just the best cut. They cut that leg just right. Yeah, you gotta keep it tender. You can't cut too much. Save in case something horrific happens. Which, behind the 50 door, something might, actually. It's the enduring joke of this game. What about Vegeta's energy punch? Just here. Okay. Who's ready to face the mighty Vegeta? You! Why aren't you bouncing? Die. Just 2 of these guys? I'm curious. 229708. 22970. I swear you still get experience points adding to that, but it just doesn't work with things I want. Found the Vegeta trophy. He's pissed. That's his pissed off pose. Sure. That's the correct one for Vegeta. Come on, you West Side Story assholes. The musical isn't in my top 10. I prefer The Count of Monte Cristo and Beetlejuice. I know Beetlejuice is fairly modern, is a musical adaptation, but I think it's still really good. I'm not 100% sure how recent The Count of Monte Cristo's adaptation is, but it was my favorite book, and by extension, it's one of my favorite musicals. Even if it wasn't my favorite book, one of my favorite books, that music is kick-ass. Too self-conscious to sing any of it. Don't ask. Oh man, Trunks has less experience now than he'll need to be max. He has a third of what he needs to max out. Let's go. Luckily, first few levels are really easy. In fact, I'd say all the way up to mid-40s. Probably all the way up to 45 is really damn fast. Then it slows down, then it slows down, then it really slows down. But until then, we're just gonna get stronger and stronger. Until these things are no longer a threat to Trunks. Level 35, pull out your sword. +2 strength. Way I remember it, Trunks gets a lot of strength. Why'd I turn that off? I'm just going over here to save. Like, he's 15 levels lower than Vegeta, but he only has 14 less strength. There's gonna be some +2s in there, so he is gonna be stronger than Vegeta. I mean, literally stronger, not just more powerful as a rule. So he might do that too. We'll see. Level 36, pull out your sword. Strength, power, and endurance. Level 37. Also strength plus. 2 that time. Yeah, I think Trunks is going to outpace his father in terms of the strength stat, which is the stat I most care about for this. Okay, not always clear. Aha! Strength 2 again. He is getting up there fast. It's not going to be fast for much longer. we're approaching that awkward stage before your ki is quite high enough to sustain Super Saiyan indefinitely. But you're also not leveling up quite fast enough to where it doesn't matter. Power that level. Okay. Not quite at it. Still leveling up fast, but... I think... early 40s, you start running into that problem. You're leveling up just barely not fast enough to sustain your ki energy. Your ki is draining just fast enough that even like 1 or 2 missed energy pickups could mean you lose it. Have to slow down for a few seconds. It probably doesn't affect much in the long run, but... yeah, I wonder... 40. No power. Yeah, Trunks sometimes gets zeros in his. I feel like it's just him and Piccolo who get that sometimes. Trunks just makes up by getting a lot of strength. He very frequently gets +2s in that. What was I saying? Oh yeah. I know I've talked about this before, but I am still a little curious. I wonder if dinosaurs had red or white meat. Because reptiles and birds, which are descended from dinosaurs, they have white meat. Reptile meat is white meat. It is. But dinosaurs were so much larger, you just can't imagine there being that much white meat in one place. It's always smaller stuff that has it. While the relatively bigger animals have red meat. Logically, it should still be white meat, and it's probably why animals don't have that anymore, because I actually don't know a lot about the difference between them. Power and endurance +2 that time. Aha! Tiger Bandits won't catch Trunks. Won't ravage the future, Tiger Bandits, or you, Triceratops hordes. Are there gonna be any Triceratopses left after what I'm doing here? I think the number I've killed theoretically might exceed the number that ever existed. Sorry, saw a message. Because if I remember correctly, scientists are... there's not a consensus just yet, but estimates never put the largest dinosaurs at like, an enormous population number. Just because it wouldn't be sustainable to have that many of an animal of that size. Granted, if they were this size, like the size of cows, there'd probably be billions of them ever. But with how big a Triceratops actually was, I don't know. And Triceratops aren't even the biggest ones, granted. Like, how many Brontosauruses ever existed? Those giant skyscrapers that they were. Sword Clash. More strength. Yeah, only 3 behind his dad and 8 levels below him. I think Vegeta's a little proud of this. That Trunks just fucking punches. Do it. I'm gonna have to look up where Trunks' door is. And then there'll be one more thing to do that hopefully I can manage. might be a little tricky getting to the point where I can then... I don't even want to say what I'm gonna get for doing this, because I don't want to spoil it for anyone who doesn't know. I'll tell you, it's something that I believe in my head is worth it. We'll see if it is when we actually get it. Got another level. Yep, 42. Okay. $43. Sword slash. More strength. He is one beneath his father. Next level, he will catch up or surpass him. Either way, that's very kind of this game. I guess I technically started on the easiest one, because Gohan just has absurd stats all around. And then I went to the hardest one, then I did Vegeta, and now Trunks is probably the second easiest. Yeah, crit will turn this to 3 hits on these guys, and Piccolo's still critting to cut it down to 5. Much as it pained me to do, because I wanted to do something with it, it was definitely the right choice to give Piccolo that Strength 5 capsule. Just so he wouldn't lag behind as much in the grind. He still needs 5 hits if he doesn't get any crits, but if he gets a crit, it's cut down to 3 hits. Go, 44. And surpassed his dad's strength score. 4 without a crit now. That is something Vegeta never got to. That is possibly amazing, possibly minor. Annoying when the crit's the 4th hit. If it's the 3rd, it would save me a hit. Ooh, yeah, double crit kills. Still on the pretty fast levels. Gonna change soon. Yeah, well, actually not that soon. But, no, I think we're on the energy vampire levels now. Unless... Nah. Trunks does not have much better energy than his dad did at these levels. Energy. Bastard. Slurping up all my work. Smacking me whenever I get close. Level up again right here. Go, 45. Oh, I can crit for over 500 now. That's amazing. Never gotten caught on that tree before, but it happened here, because... oh boy. His hair sways weird as a Super Saiyan. And again, it's always looked a little odd when he was a Super Saiyan. So maybe that's just... there was no way to make it perfect looking. Warp. Trunks just isn't running into the same dry runs that Piccolo and Vegeta did. So maybe I'm jinxing it. Sometimes they just go too long without energy, and they'd lose Super for a minute or so while I tried to recoup it. But that hasn't happened to Trunks yet. And he's 45. I guess there's still time for that to happen. Achieved level 46. Even more strength. Energy. Old chicken. Dinosaur chicken. I'd eat a chicken that was made of synthetic dinosaur. I guess any chicken is kind of synthetic dinosaur if you think about it too hard. Or if you don't think about it hard enough. If you don't know what synthetic means, then sure. Synthetic chicken could technically be very close to synthetic dinosaur. I've eaten gator, and I have to assume that's what dinosaur tastes like. And it tastes like chicken. That's snake too, not different. It's the same. It really is. And I guess it's not exact, because, you know, even among birds, they do taste different. And not enormously different, but they even have different textures, like turkey and chicken are different enough that turkey and chicken are different enough that if you cook one, you're fine if you cook one, but you're really terribly off if you don't cook the other. Raw turkey isn't a big deal. Raw chicken is a huge deal. Or maybe they just don't sell raw turkey. That would actually make sense. I think sliced turkey is pre-roasted. Just cooled. Turkey still tastes different from chicken and has a different texture. You can't really do, like, chicken deli slices. It doesn't work. But turkey, you can. Oh, double crits. Oh. I don't think you'd be able to deli slice gator, but probably for different reasons. Raw turkey is an issue? Okay, that adds up. I think raw meat of any kind carries a bit of a problem. I think the only raw meat that's basically harmless, and it's technically not even really a meat, depending on how it goes. Egg. I know you've heard salmonella, but that's actually just from the eggshells. Salmonella can happen. The actual yolks, that's not a problem. So 47. Honey is also technically a meat classified by the FDA, but yeah, that's for, like, political reasons, for lack of a better word. Bureaucratic might be better, actually. Alright, we're at the real slow levels now. Count your blessings, people. This is the probably last time I have to do this. Come on. Yeah, you missed me. Ow. Ding. The way Trunks' hair sways makes me think he's a fucking Christmas tree when he's a Super Saiyan. Only when going up, though. I mean, when going down. Actually, a little when you're going up, they do reuse that sprite. Possibly worse when you're going up, because you don't have Trunks' eyes to offset the hair. Well, he does just look like a pine tree swaying. I've been playing for a while. I'm gonna start to focus on weird shit. You all signed up for this when you came into this stream. Every single person here agreed to see this happen. Just watch me go insane grinding 4 characters to max level. I believe this still isn't the craziest a game's driven me. Like, Secret of Mana makes me just dead silent, fucking dead-eyed, monstrous. Oh, is that so? This game's making me see weird shit. I think the one that actually affected my mental state the worst was probably Monster Hunter Stories 2, because there wasn't music in the overworld, and I just slowly went insane in the silence. It was so bad I actually had to stop streaming that game before I finished it, because I just dead-eyed. I would try to start talking about something, and I would lose it once a battle ended, and I just was left alone to think. There's nothing happening around me, nothing's happening within me either. There's music during fights, and there was music during most cutscenes. It was just traveling around the overworld where there were enemies, but before getting into the actual combat, there was nothing. Let's go 48. It's gonna be the big jumper. Did actually run out of key and have to fight the dino, the T-Rex at one point, but don't foresee that happening too much more. Because I think when you go to 48, you get a huge key buff. Like, probably by 10 whole points, which is quite a bit. Yeah, that was by 6 points. Not 10, but that was still a lot. Oh boy. Oh. Whoa. Remember when killing one Triceratops filled up the bar like a third of the way? I missed that. This wouldn't be much of a stream if it stayed like that the whole time, I'll admit. We'd be long done by now. I gotta do what I gotta do. curious. Trunks has almost as much strength as Gohan, but Gohan has 30 more power. Jeez. That would be a good time to start trying to remember where Trunks' 50 door is. I know I've seen it, but where was it? I think it's actually the only door of his in the entire game, is the weird part. Maybe the one that leads to Giro's lab. No, that one, yeah. There was a 30 Trunks door. I think it's just that and his 50 door that exists. And that's it for Trunks. Energy. Energy. Get there. Getting closer. Almost. One or two more and we're at 49. And then I'll start there we go. 49. And we have more to go. Yeah, that'd bring him up to just about at his father. Tiny little. Seeing it inch upwards is kind of short. Actually, Trunks just has the lowest key of the group. Wes, talk to Dende on the lookout. Yeah, I don't feel like it. I mean, maybe I could, but I didn't. Got my own shit to take care of. I'm almost to the max level with all the characters who matter. Because Goku obviously doesn't matter. He died. And have to grind him, which I'm increasingly grateful for. So he was already really high level. And had busted ass stats. Maybe not quite as busted as Gohan's, but still. Not on an energy drought yet. Yeah. Ah, my hand. Ah, hand. Hand cramping up. Ah. Right. Oh, ow. How close are we? That's probably about a third of the way, give or take. That's good. I think Trunks actually did take significantly less time than the other three. Just because of his nice strength score, and I remember to have him Super Saiyan the whole time. Gohan probably would have taken way less time if I'd focused on him being a Super Saiyan. Dashing is too hard to control for me to do it reliably. We'll wind up, and it's... I don't think it's worth trying to shorten my times with dashes. We'll wind up, and the, like, slowness you have to start it up with. Like, that was not fast enough to a degree that I feel it was worth the finger pain that it probably helped accumulate. We're, past the halfway point. Yeah, double tapping down is not my friend. Now with the hand cramps starting to build up. I'd have to take a hand break after we max out Trunks. Should be soon. We are... Yep, more than 2/3. Starts feeling way faster after you get the halfway point. You can just feel the progress happen. Just see the experience bar go up another pixel. Every time it goes up even 1 pixel, I feel it. In my bones and in my blood. And possibly other parts of my body, I'm not sure. I'm sure if I could feel my hair, it'd be there too. I have yet to master biofeedback. Almost there. Few more. The end is in sight. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Close. There it is! Oh. Trunks level 50. Now where am I going? West City is where his is. Okay. Where in West City? Triceratops Jungle. Okay, that's where his is. I feel like I should have remembered that, because I think I went there. Golden Capsule. thing I did Trunks last, so West City can... I mean, West City is where the atrium is, which I assume is where we're gonna have to do the last thing? Like, where we pick up the reward, I think? It would make sense. It's where all the trophies spawn. Yeah, it's just over here. It's not hard to get to. Yeah, let's look at Trunks' stats. There's 1 more strength than Gohan. 1 less endurance than Vegeta. 10 more strength than Vegeta. Piccolo's best stat is power. He also has a lot of health, but Piccolo just is bad in this game. I'm not okay with that. I understand that, yeah, he fell behind, but... is rude. Rude to Piccolo. Mushroom Cavern, and these fuckers... What are these? They don't have a unique name, but they're golden egg bots. Ow. Fucking ow. Blow up on your friends. Go back into a Super Saiyan. Make it way harder for them to do that to you again. I don't know if we've had this music before. Okay, never had that before, but sure. Thank you for telling me, game. I saw something and killed it, as was my wont, as was my natural instinct, and you rewarded me for this. No. This is not good. I don't have any more healing items. I have 1. His grandma's cookie. Didn't do shit. Ah, dang it, I didn't mean to... I didn't save. I'm not risking it. I tried to avoid doing this, but I am not risking having to do all of that again. Because of this setup. Yeah, I got the statue. The Trunks trophy. I love how it's a record scratch. Hercule is now available. Go to ZZTV. Ow. Alright, back to manageable enemies, like the Kuma mercenaries. Golden egg bots. Relentless. I was correct about the reward being in West City, at least. Ugh. Where is ZZTV? I think it's... One east, two north. Norther than this. Behind the newsstand, I think. Only Hercule is allowed to pass through this barrier. Okay, actually I have to go to a character swap. Sure. Flight pad here, but I think there's a character swap. Oh, there was one south, actually. Whoops. The champ is here! And here are his stats. He starts at level 1. But you know what, champ? I saved most of these for you. Just fucking load up, champ. You got this. How's he looking now? Much better. Oh. He's still not great, but I think he only has one ability, but it's a pretty good one, I think. You know, just an opinion. I love his sprint. Ah! His mouth open with dust trailing behind him. Ah! 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 Come on, Hercule, let's go fly! He's got the jetpack! Yes! Alright, Hercule, time to meet God. Current God. I'm not sure which God I don't know how many we've had. This is the current one. He's from space. Don't question it. Oh, this is what happens? Bleh. It just redoes the ending title. Okay, let me just... Is reset, because that'll take us back to our save. Oh yeah, I didn't think that's what that would do. I thought that was going to be an actual, like, post-game thing. Gohan? But, yeah, whatever. They're not going to show the champ. He's too powerful for the opener. I think there is one more thing I want to take a look at. I do have Grandpa Gohan's key. Yep. Hercule can stop time. That is his only ability. All of them gave you Mr. Satan. It sure felt like it. So yeah, this is the other reward for going... This is the other reward for going to New Namek. You just get 3 plus 5 capsules. And there you go. Hercule's now actually got respectable stats. Granted, they're half as good as the rest of the party. Never mind. And also, he didn't need power at all. I don't think it does anything for him. But I gave it to him anyways. How much energy does he... He only has 20 energy. Like, his ability costs him a lot. doesn't need it for these fucking snakes. Arrgh. He's still got health and energy, but my god. 0 to everything. Well, you know what we have to do. This is the wrong way. You know what I have to do. I gotta get into ZTV. And there's only one way I can think of to get him there. Ah. I don't know how long the freeze lasts. Not long enough. Level 3. Ah. Everybody freeze! The champ's here. Everybody freeze! The champ's still here. Oh, he actually got stats that time. That's why you save as many capsules as you can for Hercule to use. Especially early on, he just doesn't get stats. He is starting to get some hit points and energy, but not a lot. If I didn't give him all that strength, we'd be here forever. He's still getting some. And he still levels up super fast because these are way later than he can probably usually handle. He is getting his strength up there. Like, press the wrong button. He might overtake Piccolo, theoretically, in his strength score. Level 10! Power and endurance. Power, there's no real reason for him to have, is the one downside. Unless, hypothetically, it buffs his time stop ability. The world! Tokyo Tomare! Thing is, if you keep going, you might not need it as frequently. Though, it doesn't cost that much energy compared to how much he's getting per level. I wonder if he needs the same amount of experience as other characters to get to 50. $13! Ah! I did give him enough endurance that he can take hits sometimes, at least. Hercules achieved level 14! Level 15. Level 16. That's right, the champ is here. You can all just stand back and watch. I wonder, do I make this one more stream of training Hercule? Just for the shit of it. Because he can do it. We see he has the capacity to, with enough time, kill everything, even though he gets very poor level ups. Simply because he has... I saved, like, all my capsules for him. But for now, I think it's best I leave this here before my hand shatters into 1,000 pieces for how long I've been doing this. Let's see what's happening. I'm gonna stop the recording for YouTube here. As always, thank you so much for coming if you came. If you didn't come, you don't get a thank you. Bye-bye, YouTube.